Just to make it clear, it's probably obvious, but same idea as last time. He just uploaded. He wasn't talking this time. It was just images on screen and whatnot. Um, I think it's fairly obvious that things aren't great right now. His initial upload was blocked because of, I think, the music or something. Something, it got claimed or whatever. So the video got blocked. But he more or less got the video back up. At least it's up at the moment, unless they take it down again. But I saw what needed to be seen. I think the description was the most important part in terms of what he had to say. But again, I want this to be an opportunity, should he come across this, to be able to speak to just someone. And not even just me, but everybody. And anybody that's here that wants to send him any kind of message they would like, assuming that he does somehow come across this, then that's the idea, that's the hope, and that's the plan. It doesn't matter how many times it takes. It doesn't matter if I continue to repeat myself, and if we all continue to repeat ourselves, if we have to keep saying the same thing over and over, because just like I said in the last stream I made like this, sometimes you have to hear something enough times for it to stick. And while it can get repetitive and whatnot, it sometimes it's really mandatory. Sometimes it's really important. So in that case, that is what I'm going to do and what I'm willing to do for him. What is good, at least I can't necessarily assume this for a few reasons, but what is good is that since he just posted technically twice, one can hope and assume that he's still here, that it wasn't maybe scheduled or something, which God forbid that be the case, but I'm hoping that is this the case, and that's what this tells us. So that's a good thing. That at the very least, it's a good thing. Though it's very clear that he is still very upset, to say the very least, about it. And it's becoming more and more clear the more he puts out. The more he says, the more context we're being given and whatnot on the whole situation, which is really what's important anyway. And it's important for him to vent out all this stuff and not have to sit with it, because if he isn't currently speaking to anyone behind the scenes, obviously offline, if he isn't, then this YouTube channel that he's currently using can be his means of letting out whatever's on his mind and whatever's in his heart that's probably paining him, very emotionally speaking and literally speaking. So overall, this is just very important for him to be able to speak as he needs and say what he needs to say and get it off his chest. But above all, we don't want anything else to come of that, aside from him doing whatever he needs to do to get back on his feet. And if this is a part of that process, then that's more than fine. If he needs to do this, if that's what he really needs to do, but it's better than the alternative. Not gonna give up. Never. Never. If you're out there, Koban, still here. Not going anywhere either. Not a chance. And I know that this is especially stressful for a lot of you guys, and maybe you haven't dealt with a situation like this before. And because of that, and because of a lack of experience in this kind of thing, it can take a toll on you in a few different ways. So just be sure that while this is going on, that you don't overstress yourselves. In this case, don't do that. I know it's scary. I know it's intimidating. I know it's nerve wracking, and I know that it's not something that you can necessarily just ignore and put to the back of your head. I understand, and but that's why I also say don't don't overstress yourselves too much with it. Don't. If anything, we just have to take this day by day. And to make it clear to anyone that comes in here, this is not entertainment. Any of my people that might be on this channel for alternate reasons, this is not for entertainment. I just want to make that clear. It's not going to be that. Since he just posted, I am hopeful that he might still be online at least. So if he does come across this, then there we go. If venting is what he really just needs to do, which is understandable if that's the case, then I say let's give him somewhere to do that. Give him an outlet. A lot of people need outlets for things that are on their mind. I haven't I may or may not have spoken on it before, but the self harming that he has talked about and whatnot. Absolutely, and keep doing that. Keep doing that. Resurrected. Keep doing that by all means. We're all hoping that. What's good is that he posted. So again, I can't know this for sure because you can always schedule videos, but I'd like to hope that he is still around because he would have to be around to make the video. And considering that he had to post it twice, that should also be some indication, which is good news. That's a good thing. Even if what the video's about is not necessarily positive, it's better that he's still around to post than not. But the whole self harming thing is what is not desired either. Because even if he, doesn't take that step further, if it's just basic self harm anyway, it can lead to serious health issues if you do it enough or if you overdo it. So that can't be encouraged either. That's not good. That's not a good way to deal with emotions. I know some people will do it to feel something because they will feel numb to just about everything. At least it will literally feel that way. I know some people do it in there's so many different reasons for why someone will do it. I'm not gonna necessarily go into all of that, but regardless of that, he's got to stop doing it. Quite frankly, he needs to stop doing it. We got to keep doing what we've been doing. And while I understand if some of you might feel powerless in this situation. Obviously, we're limited because he's only using this YouTube. There isn't anywhere else to reach out to him per se, where it's certain that he might see your message or what have you. But at least with this YouTube, we can keep sending him what messages we can in support of him to not harm himself, to not choose to stop living, more or less, and whatnot. That's what we got to keep doing. Another thing is, again, we can't really know if he's speaking to someone outside of the internet. Anyway, it's kind of unclear. He just made the video private. Okay. Um, but that's, let me see. I'll just reaffirm this for myself, but I believe you. Um, yeah, I see it's not private. It's privated now. Okay. Well, if he did that, then that's probably more confirmation there because YouTube doesn't do that automatically. That's something you have to manually do. So that's good. Um, Other than that, though, for the time being, I'm going to. It doesn't matter how long I have to keep this stream doing. If there is an opportunity for him to have somewhere to speak to others, all of us really, then I'm gonna keep this stream going as long as need be. It doesn't matter. Um, so that's what we're gonna do. And by all means, on the off chance that he does see this, by all means, to anybody that is here, the best advice I can give is speak from the heart. Speak from the heart. Say what you feel. Let him know. You know. I don't feel too pressured either. Don't feel pressured to say anything. Doesn't matter how long this might take. This is more than worth it. Now, I've had a couple different conversations with some of you guys concerning what's going on with him. Obviously, this is a lot of family stuff, which I, I think a lot of us from experience will probably know how emotional it can make someone when it comes to family ties. When it comes to that in particular, that can really pull on the heartstrings to say the very least. Regardless of the context, it will literally hit close to home, and that seems to be something that he's bringing up quite frequently, at least in the past couple videos. So that being the case, it's it's very difficult when that's one of the problems. And I can speak from experience on that. That when I was in a similar situation, I was also having family issues, and that's something that can really weigh on somebody. Um, Again, regardless of the context, it usually will. So what always makes that really tricky is when it's the family that is the problem, when it's the family that is making someone feel a certain way. It can especially make you feel lonely in that because you might not feel that you can speak to them, and that's it's one of the worst feelings because they are people that are probably closest to you, people that you might see every day. You know, your family, your mother, your father, or whoever, and that's why it's so important that he continues to receive positivity while he's at least here from us. That's the best thing we can do. Um, and as far as the videos and whatnot, and what he talks about in them, I mean, here's the one thing that I should address probably again, is the whole controversy situations, all that junk. Now I haven't really talked about those very much, and the main reason is because this is someone's life, and I'm seeing that there are those who are very focused on that, and that's something that we really should kind of keep hold off on, more or less, because that can be addressed, but it can only be addressed if he's in a position to do that, if that makes sense. You know, he's made a couple videos on it. He's talked about it before, but whatever was going on there, that can wait because this is someone's life. I just want to make that clear that that's my standpoint on it. I'm gonna put his life and well being first, and I know that initially speaking, because there was a concern of safety for those involved in that situation. Um, I personally don't even necessarily know all of the details of that either. I know some basic information on that, but I digress. So, but the family in this case, because as far as I can tell, at least from whenever he would speak on his family, because he would do it a lot in videos. Like, if you noticed, he would do it a fair decent deal back in the day when he was posting on his main channel. So come today, and that being the case, it doesn't come as a surprise for me, because it's kind of, even though a lot of the time he was just joking about that stuff, I think that there what it comes down to is when you make those kind of jokes, sometimes it really does come from a place of experience to some degree. Obviously, there was the goofy dad jokes, but in this case, this is so much more than just that. Holes in the boat of lies or something. That, and there was a few other things, but again, I'm not gonna focus on that right now. While that does need to be addressed at some point, I will agree with everybody on that probably should be not necessarily that what you just mentioned, but the other things, because there's other details to it. But again, not gonna worry about that right now. Focus on what's right in front of us, to be honest. But yeah, I know there's a lot of things that's going into this situation, but the one thing is for sure is whether the question of whether or not he's speaking to somebody outside the internet, whether he's physically alone right now or if he's at least with somebody and is able to speak to someone or what have you. I know he mentioned, and this video I believe was privated, but he mentioned in one of his last videos that he was getting a bus ticket for something, and the video that came before that, he said something about a doctor. But both of those videos ended up being privated, so I don't know if I'm not sure if he is seeing a doctor currently. To me it was a little bit unclear, but that's what it seemed like those two videos were connected in that way. So perhaps the day of he was going to a doctor, and that's what the bus ticket was all about. At least that's what I got gathered from it. But aside from that, that's the only real indication that I was able to find thus far, at least recently, that points to him speaking to anybody about his situation. And from what he's talked about, it's something to do with his mother and her boyfriend, and something going on with his father and his sister. And again, that's what makes this so very challenging, is that's family. And at least to me, family is everything, so I can understand why this is so hard. I can understand the frustration and the anger that's probably within him right now. But there's still a lot of context that we don't necessarily have right now, so that's why it's hard. It's even just at face value, it's kind of hard to speak on it, just because I can't speak like I know everything, because I don't. I really don't. None of us necessarily do. But when you're filled up with enough rage or sadness or what have you, it can become so overwhelming that you really can't collect your thoughts. And in his case, that's probably partially what's going on, along with everything else that he's already spoken on. So this whole mixture, it's like a chemical compound, and it's blowing up in his face right now, and it's really unfortunate that that's the situation. But what is good is that he's mentioned it himself already, is that he's been reading comments. He's been reading what you guys have been saying. So again, that's why we got to take these opportunities to just keep sending positive messages his way, keep encouraging him continuously. That's what we got to do. That's what he needs. At least that's the best that we can do right now. Obviously, in terms of whether or not he's gonna reach out to somebody, whether that's someone online or offline, that's what needs to happen. At least if he's not already doing that. And considering that last video that he just posted before it was privated, from what I can gather and from what I can essentially understand, it almost seems like he's not necessarily in contact with his family. At least that's what I perceived from this, is that he's not speaking to them, but obviously he's venting out what's going on with them. So if he's not with them, then obviously the question is where is he now? And obviously anybody that knows him personally, there might be someone out there that knows something. I know there's been a couple people that have mentioned Sully, which from what I had seen, at least what I knew, was that they haven't spoken for a period of time. So it's difficult to say if anybody online, for example, knows. It doesn't seem like it, or I'm sure someone probably would have spoken up about it by now. Because this isn't something new. This has been going on for weeks or so, or months or so, months in fact, probably. So there is a lot of things that we don't know. Now, in terms of what I was able to read from that last video, saying like, "Oh, I'm done with people, I'm done with life," da 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 da. While I've mentioned it before about venting out and letting out whatever it is on your mind and it's on your heart, another thing is here. Let me put it into perspective. A lot of the time when it comes to someone who has the thought of ending it all for whatever reasons, sometimes all you get is just they leave a letter or something along those lines, and that's it. They don't tell anybody anything. But the fact that he's putting this out online, in to some degree, it can be a sense of him trying to not necessarily give a call for help, but so much as I don't think he would take the time to do this necessarily without knowing obviously that people are going to say whatever they're going to say on the situation. He did pin, and a couple of you guys have mentioned it to me, and I already saw it. He did pin a comment from somebody who could relate to him in terms of what he is dealing with. And he's made it clear in a couple videos that he wants people to understand. He wants people to understand what it is that he's dealing with in terms of his mind. And he's mentioned autism. He's mentioned that he deals with that, and that his mind works in a certain way. And I think that that's why he went ahead and commented that, or pinned that comment, because that was a sense of relation. When you speak on something that you're going through, and other people, they hear you, they hear what you're talking about, and they relate to it, and they know what it is you're speaking on because they've been through it themselves. It breeds a level of comfort, because they're like, oh, this person understands me, this person gets me. So that's why I believe he went ahead and did that, because that was a sense of, hey, this person knows what I'm dealing with. And I think to some degree, I think one of his goals here is for people to understand his point of view, his perspective, and what's going on with him. But at the same time, it's probably, and I can't say this for sure, but it might be a situation where he's maybe even having trouble understanding himself. and that's what probably makes this more frustrating. Is if he's having trouble collecting his thoughts and getting out what he really wants to say in a video, then that's even more difficult. What was the private video? Essentially, it was talking about, at least in the description, he talked about what's going on with his mother and the boyfriend. He's mentioned them before. And then in the actual video itself, it was showing some comments that he made, and it was a lot of the stuff that he's already said before. But again, a lot of this is really tied to the family, and I said it already, but that's everything. So it's no wonder that it's so difficult, and why it's so upsetting, and it's why it's frustrating is when it comes to the family, man. Like, and I think a lot of us have been there. A lot of us have been there when we have family issues or what have you. It can pull on your heartstrings in more ways than one. So I can't necessarily blame him. See, while there's the whole controversy junk that was going on, that was just another thing to add on to what he's already dealing with, because he's clearly dealing with stuff besides that. It's just now really being put into the public eye. He's really putting it all out there. So while at the end of the day, we can't necessarily like you can't intrude on somebody's family business. You just can't. Unless someone is open and willing to speak about it, then no, you can't intrude on that. And I'm gonna make it clear that that's not my goal here either. It's absolutely not. Yeah, absolutely. The fact that he took the time to private the video, it means that he had to do that. YouTube doesn't do that. YouTube won't forcibly private a video, so that is good. That's good at least. And it happened, and I mentioned it a few minutes ago, but it happened before. He posted twice a couple days ago, and then privated both, and then one of them ended up becoming public again. So there's a chance that that video that he just posted, maybe 30 minutes ago or so, it might end up being public again, might not. But the music that he used in it was what initially got him copyrighted, because he posted twice just today. He posted twice. The first one was blocked immediately, and I think again it was probably the music. So I'm not sure if he privated this one again because of the music and YouTube did something to the video, or it's kind of unclear, but we'll see. And with Kobe, man, I kind of couldn't help myself. I've been rewatching a lot of the old videos, admittedly. And at the end of the day, a lot of us are thinking about him most every day now with what's currently going on, which is fine. And I'm only really just bringing it up because in case you felt like that's been the case for you, don't worry, you're not the only one. Um, I was rewatching the Super Mario playthrough with I can't think of his friend's name that he was playing with, and I was watching that before he posted the video. Gosh, and a lot of you guys have spoken about what your experience was with him and his channel, and it's like, golly, it's such a bit. And I want to thank the Cobanermites for coming together to encourage him while he's dealing with all this. Like, seriously, thank you guys for recognizing the situation and just sending some good messages his way, because he really, that's what he deserves and needs right now. Um, I'm not gonna go into what I'm about to talk about very far. I'm just gonna point it out that there was a similar situation that happened not that long ago, and from what I can tell, because the communities are quite similar as far as they might be somewhat connected. I'm glad that a lot of people have definitely learned from that previous situation. So it's very it's wonderful to see how many of you guys are really trying to support him right now. So I just want to take the time to thank you guys for that. It really means the world. And here's another thing, though. Um, at the end of the day, when someone is going through something like this, if they don't desire help, which obviously he's pointed out in a few videos, oh, I don't want sympathy, I don't want this or that, then they're not necessarily going to be able to receive said help if they're not open to it. What it really comes down to is you yourself have to make that decision. And let this be something to be learned from. Don't just let this be a negative thing. Let's make something positive out of this, in the sense that not only are so many of you guys coming together to do what we can to help him, but at the same time, let this be a learning opportunity, in the sense of what to do in these kind of situations. Because a lot of you guys probably weren't prepared for this. A lot of you guys probably didn't expect this. And more importantly, you've never been through something like this before. So again, it can be very stressful. And I'm going to stress this, that don't overstress yourselves with this. Don't go crazy. Don't stay up every freaking night. And I know it might be hard for some of you, but don't. Try your best to keep staying healthy and taking care of yourselves. Because realistically, you can't help somebody if you can't help yourself. So you got to be taking care of yourselves in the meantime. And obviously, we'll do what we can to support him while this is all going on. But don't neglect yourselves in the process, is what I'm basically saying. Don't do that. Because I've seen a couple people say that they've really been getting affected by this in some ways, and it can be taxing. When it comes to emotions and whatnot, it can affect you in some way, and it might not be for the better. So just something to point out, and I'm gonna probably point it out more than a few times, because it's important. So that being said, I really hope you guys are all taking care of yourselves as well. And to anybody that might be going through something themselves, you're not alone. And that's what I want to keep telling Koban, is that he's not alone, because he really, really isn't. And you guys are proof of that. All of you guys that have come together like this, you guys are proof that he's not. He'll never have to be alone. Obviously, if he makes the choice to be, that's different. But he really won't be if he decides to reach out to anyone, any one of us. And from the start of all this, that's been my point, and I think it's been a lot of people's points, that it doesn't matter who he necessarily reaches out to, as long as he does it. That's what's good, because at least that'd be a first step. Like, these things don't necessarily get solved overnight, so you gotta take it day by day. And for him, with each video he posts, it is gonna be another day to keep getting out whatever's on his mind, and that's so important to do that. And again, with mental health, yes, it's something that I'm glad that it's being valued more these days, because some years ago it was shunned on to speak on, especially if you were, and this isn't a gender thing, but especially if you were a male in some places, depending on where you lived, to speak on your feelings, to speak on those things, you were typically looked down on. So I'm really glad that we're in a position now to where, it's accepted. It's gradually being more and more accepted, even though in some cases some people don't necessarily support it. But it's good that that's changing. That's been changing, at least as far as I can see. But that's why we gotta keep pushing that, in general. Not even just because, a situation is going down and somebody is not doing too great. No, but just in general, we need to push the importance of mental health and what that really means to take care of it. Because there's a lot that goes into it. Hi Zeech. Just trying to reach out to somebody at the moment. And if he doesn't end up catching this, that's fine. But I at least have to do something. I'm not gonna sit and do nothing. I just can't. Every second counts, and everything that we at least try to do, to help him, it matters. So don't necessarily, and never underestimate what your words can mean to somebody. Words do hold a lot of freaking power, and if they're coming from the heart, which is what I'm going to encourage all you guys to do, if you're somebody that's just been watching and you haven't necessarily known what it is that you should say. And I've seen some people say things like, "Oh, I don't know what the right thing is to say," or I don't know. Don't look at it that way. At the end of the day, in any situation where it's our time to speak, we don't always know if the thing that comes out of our mouths is going to be the right thing. We don't always know that. It's taking a leap of faith sometimes. Sometimes it's maybe what it feels like. But at the very least, if you're going to say anything, if you have it in you to say something, just speak from the heart. I've seen some of you guys talk about your experiences. That for a lot of you, this is like a childhood hero, and it's so amazing to see something like that. It's a beautiful thing, you know, that one person can do that for so many different people who come from so many different backgrounds. You know, it's really beautiful, and I'm hoping that and I know before that he definitely was able to see it, and I'm hoping that he'll be able to see it again. That there's going to be a lot of people behind him, especially if he makes the choice to do whatever the heck he needs to do, and take whatever steps he needs to take to get better. I believe he can, and I'm never going to lose that faith. It's just not going to happen. It's never going to happen. I'm always going to believe that he can rise above this, and the fact that he's still here. Heck, the guy still has a purpose if he's still here. Any of us still being here, despite everything that's going on in the world right now and that's been going on since last year, y'all got a purpose. We're here for a reason. I choose to believe that. Some don't, and that's fine. We all have different perspectives at the end of the day, but that's what makes us unique. We all got different points of view, and his, in this case, again, I feel like he's trying to get his out there. He's trying to put it out there and for it to be understood. A lot of the time when someone's struggling, that's always the problem, and that's why it gets so prolonged in terms of it being dealt with, is because they're looking for somebody that will understand them. But at the same time, you also need to understand yourself. That was something that I personally had to learn, was understanding myself. And golly, it took a long time, but it was worth it. It was definitely worth it. Just made another video called Empty. Yeah, but I can't watch it. He privated the video. That's why you can't see it, which means that he had to actually physically do that. He had to put the video on private, which would mean that he's probably most likely still with us, which is good. That's a good thing. And it happened twice over, because the first time he tried to post it, it got blocked. So in case you're confused on that, that's why. It might be made public again. It might not be. We'll see, unless he decides to post another video altogether. Again, I think it's because of the music that he used that's why he had to probably private it, because it was probably some copyright nonsense. I'm sure a lot of you guys know how YouTube works with all that. They'll destroy you for just about anything these days. To be honest. But enough about YouTube. Here's another piece of advice if you have a channel that has access to the community tab. If you're somebody that has that, if you have access to that. What's great about the community tab is that you can actually make posts, and you can specifically point them towards someone, kind of like on Twitter, how you type in their @name, right, and it'll tag them. What's great about the community post is that you can also do that. It's basically the same thing. That's something that I figured out a while ago, and I'm trying to take advantage of that now to at least send him some messages every so often and whatnot. So if you are somebody that has a channel that has access to the community tab, then I would recommend using it if you want to also try to reach out to him in a different way. Are we out of options? Like, what do we do to help him? We're not necessarily out of options in the idea that, oh, there's nothing we can do. The best thing that we can do is to keep sending positive messages his way. If he's being constantly fed negativity, which not to purposely bring this up, but it's the best example I can give. There was a previous situation that was similar in some ways to this one, and I'm not gonna go too deep into it, but it happened here online, and the person who was going through a situation was sent a lot of negativity, and for lack of a better word, he was clowned on, and to be fed that constantly, like every day while he was going through what he was going through, it didn't help. So it's better to send some positive messages his way rather than negative. Like, and obviously this should be an obvious thing, but there are those that might not necessarily understand that. So just to point it out, that's the best thing that any of us can do right now. There is maybe a few different ways. I'm not sure if he has like an Instagram or something. I'm not entirely sure. To reach out to him, I don't know if he's using that. As far as I'm aware, he's only really using the YouTube right now. So I would say on whatever videos, by all means, if you want to, if you're up to it, if you're willing, send some love his way. And don't feel pressured in doing it, but if you're up to it, again, speak from your heart. Try to send him something that ideally will encourage him, because he needs encouragement, at least from those that he's going to probably be seeing speaking to him on YouTube. And he's made it clear that he has been reading the comments too, so it's even more important then. Every word can change a lot for somebody, especially for people who aren't like emotionally stable, kind of get their perspective messed up. So we need to do our best. Exactly, Zeech. If so, for example, if he was to be fed a lot of negative comments every single day, that would not, it literally would not help. It would probably make things worse. And that's why I wanted to thank a lot of you, because I've seen a lot of you guys putting some positive stuff down there in his comment section when he posts, and that's literally the best thing you can do right now. 100%. That is the best thing you can do. So yeah, we need to give him a lot of 100%. And obviously, in terms of anything else we can do, the YouTube is really the best way we can properly reach out to him, and in terms of directly. However, and I've noticed this, and I want to thank those that has taken the time to do this. I've noticed that a couple people have been trying to make some videos to reach out to him, and I'm gonna say this just like I mentioned about comments. If you make a comment on his video, there's no pressure in doing this. Don't feel like you absolutely have to, and don't stress yourself over it. But if you have it in you, if you feel like you know what you're gonna want to say, any of you guys, literally any of you guys, are more than welcome to make a video and try to reach out to him that way. And I've seen a couple people do it. And again, I want to thank those people who have made those kind of videos, because I've seen them. That's great. That's great that some of you guys have done that. And by all means, any of you guys can do it. And just, again, speak from your heart. That's the best advice I can give you. Don't feel too pressured in it. Just say whatever it is you want to say, even if it comes down to, you start talking about where it is you learned about him from, or did you watch his YouTube videos growing up, or whatever it is, just go for it. But again, don't pressure yourself on it either. It's not something to be pressured on. Do it if you're able and willing. In other words, if it means saving someone's life, I will do it. No pressure. Absolutely, by all means. 100%. That's the focus. And again, a lot of you are doing a really good job right now in terms of what you've already been doing just in his comment section alone. A lot of you guys have some really incredible stories that you've shared, and it's incredible to read that. It's amazing. It's an amazing thing. All of you guys are amazing, if I'm honest. This Cobanermite family, man. Gosh, you guys are incredible. And it's probably fair to say that not everyone is necessarily aware of the situation, but to those that are, a lot of you are definitely making the right choice. And I really can't thank you guys enough for that. So yeah, if you want to leave a comment on his videos, by all means do it. If you do have it in you to make a video, you're more than welcome to do that too. To try to reach out to him. And then there's also any of those that know him personally or knew him personally. Um, it's really the same for them too. Obviously, if they have a way to directly reach out to him, now more than ever, we need someone like that who is able to. It would be very helpful in this case if there's anybody out there that does know him personally outside of just the internet or whatever. We do need that right now. Going back, seeing what he was back then, hurts so much to see what he is now. I can understand why that's the case. For me, it's honestly the opposite, and I'll explain why. Because seeing where he once was before, seeing that that's where he was before, it fills me with a sense of hope and the idea that this was a man who, as far as we could see on the internet and his videos, this was a man that was enjoying life and having fun. Obviously, I can't speak for his life outside of the internet, even back then, with whatever he would talk about in terms of his personal life, like his family or what have you. There's that, and those are things to note. But where he is now versus where he is back then, here's how I'll put it into perspective for you. To be in the position to where he is now versus then, if anything, with how difficult this most likely is for him, if he beats this, if he gets past this, if he rises above this, these multiple things that are currently weighing down on him, just imagine coming out of that, right? Any big conflict that's going on in your life, if you get past that, you're gonna get stronger from it, immensely so. And what it really comes down to is he needs to be able to know for himself that he can do it. To have built what he built previously, it should if anything show that there's a lot of strength in this one person, this one guy, Koban. There's a lot that's in him, more than just the YouTube videos, more than just the entertainment. There's a really incredible guy within this person that's currently hurting, and I have full faith that he can get past it. He can recover. I believe that, and I will never ever stop believing that. And again, I'm gonna be a broken record more times over, and I apologize for that. But the position that he's in, I've been in a similar spot before myself, and I know that there's probably others who also have as well. And to put it in the best way I can, if if I was able to rise above that, about above the situation that I had to go through, which was again similar to his in some way, in multiple ways, I have no reason to doubt that he can't do the same. I believe he can. I believe he can beat this. And even if he doesn't come back to YouTube, if he doesn't start posting videos and the Sanics again, if he doesn't do all that again, that's fine. It would be a privilege for all of us, but it wouldn't be mandatory. As long as he's living his life the way he wants to, as long as he's living it happily, that's what matters. That's what really, 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 really matters. Sometimes he would mention how his personal life was affecting him, but he just brushed it off like it was nothing. But now that optimism has been weakened, or more things get to him. I've talked about this in the last stream, but I'll talk about it here too. A lot of the time when people get to low points like this, it's not just one tiny little thing. Most of the time, anyway, because everybody's situations will be different, so I can't say that it's all the time. But most of the time, it's multiple things that is going on in someone's life. So let's give some examples: friendships, relationships in general, family, school or work, bills, or whatever, what have you, and a lot of things start piling on somebody, and this can be anyone. The thing is, anyone is susceptible to it if they don't have the tools to deal with it, and a lot of people don't have those tools because number one, they're not taught how to deal with these kind of things, emotionally speaking. But I won't go into that right now. But what I will say is, in his case, it's very clear that it is multiple things that he's dealing with right now. And that's why this is so hard. It becomes overwhelming. It's like a trap. It's like you're literally surrounded by everything that's hurting you. And it can feel claustrophobic, and it can also feel like there is no way out of it. It can feel like there's just no other choice to make. And I'm honestly speaking from experience. It can feel like no one can help. and especially if it comes down to trust, because he's mentioned it in a few videos. I can't trust anybody. He said it before. Yeah, that happens too. And on the surface, it might make you think, oh, there's nothing I can do then. Don't give up. Don't give up just because he says that. Don't. Never give up. That's my advice. Just never give up, even despite what he might have said. And what I want to make clear, because somebody did point this out to me before, to bring it up here. Someone said to me basically, "Oh, you can't save him," and I'm not gonna claim that I can. I'm not gonna outright say that. Realistically, I don't think anyone's outright saying it, but it doesn't mean I can't try. Doesn't mean any of us can't try, and I think it's pretty clear by now that a lot of us are. I don't know him, but hope for the best for him. I'm gonna try to help him with positivity, because I wanted somebody to do that for me, and well, everyone deserves it. 100%, everyone does. Everyone does. Especially in the world that we live in now, at this point, everyone deserves that much, at least. Really, just love and positivity. And I think we can give it to him. I think we can give all of that to him. At the very least, that's what we can do. Because, like most men, he has been strong for too long and has let his emotions run wild, but he's aware of this. He is, and that's what's good, because sometimes people aren't necessarily aware and it blows up in their face. But in this case, he is very aware of what's going on, which is a good thing. But awareness is one thing, and obviously that also comes in the form of acknowledgement of your feelings and what's going on. The next step to that would be acceptance. And then after that, it really comes down to essentially overcoming that. Because if a lot of time, if you're just constantly rejecting your emotions, it's almost like you're rejecting yourself. It's almost like you're pushing yourself away in a way. And it's better to accept what it is that you're currently dealing with. If you're aware of it, it's good to accept it, and then from there, come to understand it. If anything, come to understand what it is that's going on with you. Again, and this is just my conjecture and my perspective on what's probably going on with him, but as far as I can tell, he probably doesn't necessarily understand all of it, and he's talked about how his mind works and how it's very complicated. So as complicated as he's talked about it and described it as, it's probably just as difficult for him to deal with, if that makes sense. So for us to understand, and I think for himself to understand, is what's really important, as well. Basically, understanding is a lot of the time that's everything. Because when people don't understand, it does make you feel like you're alone. You know, and we just got to keep reminding him that he isn't, because he really isn't. All of you are proof of that. I don't even really have to say it. It's being shown. It's not even just being told. And Coban, on the off chance that you are somehow listening to this, I believe in you. I really do. I think he has accepted, but he also thinks his death is a reasonable answer for his mistakes, which should never be in the conversation. Uh, Absolutely not. It shouldn't be. He mentioned it in a couple past videos that he was basically putting himself in a position to where he would have no other option. And then he also mentioned how he didn't know what to do. For one, he does have options. He just has to. When you're in a state like that, a lot of the time you don't really see what the heck else there is in terms of options. If you're under stress, if you're under trauma or what have you, a lot of the time your mind doesn't necessarily, it doesn't matter who you are, your mind won't necessarily be working all that great in the sense of being able to see the full picture. Because you're probably living in the moment, right? You're living in the here and now, what it is that's right in front of you, which in this case is everything that he's currently dealing with. And that can make it so very difficult to see what else can come in the future. Basically, you might not even be looking to the future. Maybe you won't even necessarily care about it. At least you'll probably say that. But to some degree, that's also the problem, is when you're disregarding the future. Because here's what I want to really say though, is where you currently are today, there is a very high probability that you won't necessarily be there, say, a year from now, or even just a month from now. Really, it always changes. Life is very unpredictable in that way. And to Simple Alert Police, he and or she did say that very well. We do love you, and if you are watching or if you're listening, we 100% do care about you. We are here for you, and with all those that have come together to try to reach out to you through your comments, that ought to be proof of something at least. You're not alone. You're not alone. You weren't from the start, and you certainly aren't now. And I know that there's so much that you're currently facing, from the allegation junk to what's going on with your family behind the scenes, and maybe even other things that we don't necessarily know about. What's going on with your mind and your emotional state, all of that. I know it's overwhelming. I know. But at the same time, while I can say that, that doesn't necessarily mean that I fully know in the sense of understanding it. And that's why I want to give you, Koban, the opportunity to speak and speak your mind and just say whatever it is you need to say, in hopes that not even just me, but any and everyone can understand. Because maybe you do really feel alone in that way, that no one gets it. But that comment that you pinned the other day, maybe that person did get it, and maybe you were able to see that. And if one person was able to, who's to say that others won't? If one person could, then there's always a possibility that others will too. But you just have to be willing to, on your own, reach out. None of us can force you to do that. I don't think any of us will try to force you to do it. It's all up to you. You hold the key to your future. You hold the key to your decisions. That really goes for everyone, though, but obviously we're talking about you. I know with everything that's going on, it looks like there just isn't any other option, but it's not true. And how you've mentioned how your mind it's so difficult to maneuver around, and it's making everything even more challenging and difficult. Well, the fact that you're even aware of it, that's important. Because if you're aware of it, and if you can come to understand it, there is a means of which you can essentially face it. Maybe even change it. Things don't have to stay the way that they currently are. I know it feels like, well, there's nothing else can be done. It's not necessarily true. See, if you believe that and you say that and you repeat it until it sticks, then that might as well be what it is. But you can change that. No one else can decide your future for you. No one can tell you where to go next. No one can tell you what to do. Only you can. I also never seen someone so optimistic about, which is something you would see as irrational, but he is in between, but he must have inner demons that, to be honest, most if not everyone does have inner demons that they deal with. The toughest challenge and the toughest problems in life don't typically come from what's currently in front of you physically speaking. Sometimes it's within, mentally speaking. Those tend to be some of the toughest challenges anyone can go through, especially because they will appear invisible, more or less. No one else can see them unless you speak on them and put them out into the world, basically. And to some degree, that is kind of what he's doing, is by making these videos and speaking on what he's dealing with and what he's going through and what's upsetting him and troubling him. That's him putting it out there, so it is known. And he even said in a previous video that he wants to say his piece, and he definitely deserves the opportunity to do that. But in doing that, assuming that he reaches the point where he feels like he said everything that he needs to say, it doesn't necessarily mean that it just has to end there. It doesn't. It doesn't. But he has to see that for himself. We can continue to remind him that it doesn't have to. But again, he has to be able to do that for himself. And I believe he can. I believe he can do that. It's not over yet. We can keep that hope alive for him together. And Kaban, I understand that you've made it clear that you are not much interested in speaking to others, but at the same time, it's not like you aren't willing to at least speak. So, if nothing else, keep speaking, keep talking, say what you need to say. Don't keep it in. Don't let it sit there, and don't let it build up. Whatever's on your mind, whatever you need to get out there and get off your chest, do it. No one's going to look down on you for that. Much love to you, Parnell. I hope you have a darn good one, so please be sure to stay safe. Take care of yourself, both mentally and physically speaking. And maybe we'll talk again sometime soon. And to anyone else that's here, there's no pressure to stay here. There isn't. Just to make that clear, you don't necessarily have to. But I will keep this going as long as I can, in hopes that if this does reach him, that he will have an opportunity to vent out what he's dealing with. Because I believe that he shouldn't have to sit in it. Especially if it feels like maybe his videos are his only way to vent it all out. I believe he deserves more outlets to do that. So if he wanted to use this opportunity to do it, then by all means. It's really the least I can do. But more than that, it's important that we all do the best that we can do. You can do this, man. In my heart of hearts, I believe you can. If you're hearing me, I hope you at least hear that. It doesn't all have to end. If anything, you can start something new. Obviously, you have to face what's in front of you first. All these challenges that are in front of you right now. And while there's so many of them, you don't necessarily have to face them all at once. Take it day by day. Tackle them one at a time. There's no rush. All we have is time, so we might as well use it. Don't feel like time is up. It isn't. It's only up when you say it is. I know there's a lot of people that believe in you. You just gotta believe in yourself. If you've faced the many challenges that you've faced in the past and made it to today, it wouldn't even be fair to say that you couldn't beat what's currently in front of you. It'd be wrong to say that. That goes for anybody, though. If you've made it through everything that everyone has been dealing with since last year, and even just things prior to that, and your own life experiences that you've had to go through, if you've made it through all that and you're still here, there's no reason to underestimate what you can do now. If you can face that much and will live to tell about it, then it's about time you were told that you can beat this too. Life is what you make of it, and life is what you decide it to be. It doesn't have to stay the way it currently is. You're not going to be looked down on for it, and in fact, you really shouldn't care if anyone does. Doesn't matter what they're saying. If they're looking down on you, walk away from them. Just live your life. Focus on what you want to do. You don't have to do YouTube. You don't have to. Do whatever it is you want to do. People kill themselves, they think they're ending the pain, but all they're doing is passing it on to those they leave behind. And there is truth to that. That does leave a very heavy burden on especially those that were close to you and those that really just simply cared about you. And that's a lot of people. That is an incredibly large amount of people that do care about you, come on. It's a lot of people. And I'm not joking. And it's not to guilt trip or some nonsense, no. But it is to put it into perspective. I don't think you'd have it in you to do something like that to someone else. I don't think so. I doubt that. I don't even think that'd be your intention in the first place. No, not at all. But if nothing else, live on for yourself. Live and do what you want to do for yourself. You still have choices to make. You still have options. Once you do that, though, if you make that decision, there is no choices after that. And sure, while that might be obvious, it's something that really couldn't be grasped, especially not after it's done. There is no choices to make after that. That's when you have no options. That's when you really don't have options. You won't be able to ask, what do I do? You won't even be able to be in a position to wonder what it is you should do. You won't be able to have a choice. You'll be taking the choice away from yourself. You still have choices. You still have options to make. All of it. It's still there. And maybe it doesn't seem like it, but it definitely is. I choose to believe that you are trying to fight this, that you're not just throwing in the towel. making these videos and saying whatever it is you gotta say. I don't think that's someone that's just simply giving up. Not necessarily. Well, maybe you don't want sympathy. You'll still get love. You'll still be cared for. You're not going to be pitied. You're not going to be looked down on for going through this. Because any and everyone goes through things like this. Different contexts, different situations, but everyone struggles in some way. Whether they talk about it or not can be just as challenging as going through it. But you took the time to do it. You made the choice to speak on what you're going through. That takes strength to do that. That takes energy to do it. It takes time to do it. The fact that you did, it doesn't show me a weak person. That's not a weak person. To go through something, a struggle, a challenge, pain, and be facing it for, in fact, a prolonged amount of time, that does not spell weakness. That is strength. It takes strength to wake up every day and face whatever it is that is paining you, whatever it is that's hurting you, no matter what it is. You feel it in your heart, if you feel it on your mind, you feel it when you go to bed. That takes strength. It's not a weak person. If you're ever facing adversity, to even make the choice to continue to deal with it, even if you're not making too much progress, even if it seems like you're not making that much progress, to just simply face it to any capacity is strength, not weakness. To speak on what it is you're dealing with is not weakness. That takes strength. Even if you're feeling a certain way about life and people, where you feel like it all has to end, there is something in you that is keeping you here right now. I don't know what it is, and I can't act like I do. But there is something in you, Koban, that is keeping you here. Whatever that is, I choose to believe in that. I will never stop believing in that. And I choose to believe that that is strength. Your sister, your father, your mother, her boyfriend, the allegations, everything. It's a lot of things that you're dealing with. That takes strength to face all those things, especially all at once, because that's probably what it feels like you have to do, that you have to face it all. You don't. You can face it one at a time. If you feel like you've really lost it, or that your mind is just too out of whack, the fact that you're even being able to put up with that, to still be here when you yourself have talked about how your mind is a very difficult thing to deal with, and that's very complicated, to the fact to the extent that you wanted people to understand how your mind works by telling us to research and look up things about it. To probably have taken the time to understand it for yourself, that also takes strength. Everything you do, every action, takes energy. I don't think you're out of that yet. I know you're tired, though. A lot of people are. That's not to say that your challenge and what's making you tired isn't important, but it is to remind you that you're not alone in being tired and being in pain. You're not alone. people will be there to go and face it with you if you'll let them. And even if you don't, you can still face it on your own, because it took strength to do all the things that you did from the past up to now. It took energy to build what it is you built, to where so many people are worried about you, caring about you. You did that. You created that. You created a family, a community. You're the reason why a lot of really wonderful people are coming together to support you. To me, you're breathtaking. You've always been breathtaking. Even now, you're still proving that. Making these videos and feeling like you have to end it all, but you're still here despite that feeling. Not for 1 second. Not ever am I ever gonna stop believing in you. Believing that you can rise above this. Come back from this, recover. Maybe find a new path, forge a new path, because it's yours to make, not anyone else's. Not your sister's, not your father's, not your mother's, not her boyfriend. No one can make that path but you. You have that power. It doesn't have to be YouTube. It doesn't have to be entertainment. Heck, it doesn't even have to be Sonic related. It can be whatever you want it to be. At the end of the day, though, you'll have a lot of options. You do have them. You just have to see them. Your eyes might be open to what's currently challenging you, but sometimes you have to turn your head and look around, see what else is there. There's more than one path. It can go any direction. It's not the end. It's not over. It doesn't have to be. I know it hurts. Probably every second of every day. Since all this started up to now, it's probably hurt. It's probably been more and more and more things that have just piled onto it and made it worse. But if you're able to carry all that this long, why think that you can't not only deal with it, but leave it behind so you can see the future that lies ahead? As Beats said, there are far better things ahead than anything we leave behind. The past does shape us, but it doesn't have to define us. Whatever's happened in the past does not necessarily have to dictate your future. Your here and now is what decides that. And your here and now doesn't just have to be struggle and pain. It could be growth. It could be knowledge. It could be evolution. It could be experience that you gain just by making the choice to keep going. And what reasons could there be for you to keep living? whatever you want to do, goals, things that you enjoy and like, and simply things that make you happy. Those can be what keeps you going because only you can decide what those things are. And you'll have all the time in the world to pursue them. But you have to give yourself the chance to reach something like that. By taking your life, you surrender the right to choose. You give up the chance. No one else needs to give you that chance but you. Because you're the only one that can give yourself that chance to keep going. No one else, just you. There's a countless amount of people who have been in similar situations and they didn't give themselves the chance to see what would lie past whatever it was they were dealing with. You might not want any sympathy or anything like that from anyone. But don't worry about that. Worry about what you want from yourself, what you can do for yourself. You can change a lot of things, including what's going on right now. You can change it. And yeah, maybe it's not going to happen overnight. A lot of things don't. A lot of things do take time. If you give yourself the chance, you'll at least have the time to see. It's not about whether or not you're giving up on us. Just don't give up on yourself. At least you shouldn't. You deserve the chance for something better. That's what I believe. Wherever you are, Koban, I hope you're staying safe and taking care of yourself. Not spending time harming yourself. Especially if you're physically alone. Being alone and spending that time alone, it shouldn't be time for you to just start hating yourself and start being angry with yourself and harming yourself. It should be the time to continue to understand yourself, understand why you feel the way you do right now, understand everything that's going on in your head. Learning to love yourself, because that's important too. A lot of people really do love you, believe it or not. But you gotta make sure you love yourself. And if you don't know how to, you gotta learn how to. And it will take time. as most things do. But you're worth it. I can't speak for everyone, so I will speak for myself in saying that I can't sit here and say that I know exactly what it is you're going through and exactly what it is that you're feeling. I can't say that. If push comes to shove, if you need someone to speak to, well, I'd say you can reach out to anyone. Just know you can reach out to me too. It doesn't matter how long. It doesn't matter how long we gotta talk. I will spend every single hour of every single day and be here to listen without question. You don't even have to ask. I know I'm not the only one either. If it's too much to handle on your own, everything that you're going through right now, if it's too much, you can reach out to someone. Just like you've been posting videos to say your piece, you can also reach out to someone to say your piece too. You're not running out of options. There's a lot of options that are still in front of you. You just have to look around and see them. It's more than just being a fan of your videos. It's about being someone that just cares about who you are. Whether you know it or not, Koban, you've probably saved a lot of lives. Maybe you've heard of something like this before, but sometimes YouTubers that have been going at it for a good long time and have been making tons and tons of content, well, sometimes those YouTubers get messages from people who might have gone through some very difficult times. And you know what? Those messages tend to be something along the lines of your videos helped me. I can only imagine how many people have probably said that to you, but believe me, it's true. Whether you know it or not, you've probably helped people through some very difficult times. Maybe just as difficult as this. The reason why I bring it up is because you ought to be able to see what you're truly capable of beyond just making people laugh and junk. It's more than just laughter. It's love. You've made a lot of people happy for a very long time. I think that with how many people you have done that for, I believe that you ought to be someone that deserves happiness, deserves clarity and peace of mind, deserves a life better than what's currently in front of him. And what's currently in front of you, I know, is just a lot of pain. But for each day that goes by that you have to deal with that pain, I will spend each and every day reaching out to you. That's a promise. From a week to a month to next year, and so on. And I won't be the only one. There are others who are here, who care about you. They aren't just being sympathetic, they genuinely care about you. You're worth caring about. And Arroganter's right. It will get better. At least it can get better. It can. It's not impossible. It's not the end of the line. This can be the opportunity to start something new. For yourself, at least. You don't owe anybody anything right now. Right now you owe yourself the chance to choose. Something better for yourself. And first, it is going to have to come through facing what's currently in front of you. That's true. But once you get past it, once you grow from that, because you will become stronger if you beat this. If you face what's going on right now, you look it in the face, and you stand your ground. Once you do that, all that lies ahead is whatever path you make. And like Kari Manny just said, we hope you'll be okay. We do. We're gonna keep hope alive for you. You're worth that much. You're worth it, man. I will say that as many times as I gotta. As a blue hedgehog once said, if you have time to worry, then run. Well, I'm not going to tell you that. But what I will tell you is if you're facing a lot of pain, you don't have to face it alone. You'll never have to face this alone. These people that have been commenting on your videos, they aren't pitying you, and they aren't just sympathetic. It's not just for the sake of it or for the heck of it. They care. Yes, I believe that. At the end of the day, I can only speak for myself, but I believe that these people that have been reaching out to you every video you've posted, I believe they care. And that's what it is. It's not about us. It's about you. You know, Kobe, to a lot of people, you kind of are like Sonic. I don't know if you knew that, but someone needed to tell you. To a lot of people, you've been like him. To put it bluntly, like a hero. I've seen so many people say that. To them, you're a hero. Now, at the end of the day, that's a label. Personally, I don't much believe in labels, but the meanings behind them, that's usually what's more important. And maybe you'll question, how can you be a hero? Well, it's like I said before, what you've done for people, you have helped people. Something that Sonic does, right? He helps people. Whenever he sees somebody doing something wrong, whenever he sees Eggman acting up, he goes and faces him. You're like Sonic to a lot of people. Those videos you made, it wasn't just about the entertainment for a lot of these people. It was like you were saving their day. For a good 10 to 15 minutes plus, your videos would probably take them away from some very, very difficult times in their lives. You've done a lot of good. To a lot of people, you're just like Sonic the Hedgehog, but you're not the blue blur. No. You're Cobanermites 456. But I'll just call you Koban. That name, though, to a lot of people, that's just like that hero. That speedy blue hero. Yeah, that's who you are to a lot of people. It might be hard to believe, but it's true. The passion you have was something that a lot of people had in common with you. You were someone that people could relate to too. The passion for Sonic, a lot of people feel that way too. Or just maybe the passion for gaming or playing Mario games too, whatever it was. Your worth is so much greater than you yourself even understand. Your value in this world, in this life, is more than you could ever understand. And that doesn't just go to you, that goes to everyone. I've said this before and I'm gonna say it again. Just one person is all it takes to affect millions. And you've done that. You have done that. You've proven that. Jack Mayer mentioned this, but that intro of yours. That intro, it was always asking a question. I think I have the answer. You rocked the place. You did that. And I think there's a lot of people that would agree. Your mind, well, you've talked ill about it so often in these videos. You've downplayed it. You've practically spat on it. I know you're not much a fan of your mind right now because of everything that's running through it, but your mind was capable of a lot of things, and it still is. Everything that you've done in the past, making videos, your mind, you needed that to do that. It took an incredibly passionate, creative, and powerful mind to do what it was you did. And while you seem to be very upset with how your mind is working right now, and maybe it feels like your mind is working against you, well, there is some part of your mind that is keeping you here, that is keeping you from making that decision. I know that when your mind it feels like it's working against you, it can feel like there's no other choice but to just give up. But despite that feeling, you haven't given up. These videos are proof of that. Despite what it is you've talked about in them, there's still proof. You mentioned it in a video that for some reason God is keeping you here. Well, it's not a mistake. There's a reason. There is a reason. Everything that you've done is proof of that reason too. Everything that you've done for others, whether it was on purpose or not. Sometimes it just comes down to you were making videos and you were just having fun. But little did you know those videos meant a lot to people. Nowadays, a lot of people say, don't meet your heroes. Well, let's scrap that altogether. Instead, it's more about meeting the person. The person that so many have referred to as a hero, you. The person you are, even right now, if anything, you're someone that cares. I believe that. I believe you do, or you probably wouldn't care to say what it is you want to say. It it has to take some level of care to make these videos and get what's on your mind out there. It takes care to even be in pain. For something to cause you pain, like family. And that can hurt a whole lot. I can't control your actions. None of us can. And I'm going to keep reminding you that you are the one that has control over what happens next. This point that you're at right now, this the state that you're in right now. I want to make it clear again that no one's going to look down on you for this because you've only shown that you're human, that you have feelings, you have emotions. It didn't matter who you were at the end of the day, you were still human and you still feel the pain you feel. That's proof of your humanity. And to say the very least, Arroganter is right on that. Yeah, but I understand the sentiment, Jack. Don't get me wrong, but what is important is that you'll be okay. That's what we want, but you have to desire that for yourself, Koban. And no one can force you on that. But dang it, we're gonna hope for it. I'll tell you right now, I'm gonna keep hoping for it. Every single day, I'm gonna keep trying to reach out to you. Every single day, people are gonna keep commenting, trying to reach you, trying to encourage you to keep going. It will be up to you in the end. None of us can make that decision for you. Only you can. It's not impossible. In fact, you've probably already made what seemed impossible possible. Yeah, Alan, what you just said, I'm gonna go ahead and repeat that here. But if you see this, we wouldn't mind if you don't continue YouTube or anything. We just want you to be happy, healthy, and safe. 100% the case. You don't have to keep entertaining us. You've done that already. You've done that for a long time too. For a very long time you've done that. And a lot of people are very grateful and appreciative to it. It would be a privilege to have you back on YouTube, but it's not a necessity. It's not a demand. What is most important is that you aren't harming yourself, that you are taking care of yourself, that you are staying safe, and that you are healthy, and that you are living your life happily the way you want to, not the way that your family wants you, not the way that the internet wants you. You you deserve the opportunity to live your life exactly the way you want to live it. And that goes for everyone. I'm not just talking to Kobe right now, I'm talking to everybody. No one can create your purpose for you. No one can tell you who to be. The same as no one can create your life for you. No one can tell you how to live your life. You get that choice. You get that decision. If you make the decision to keep living, it will be your decision to make to decide what happens next with your life. To give you a brief explanation on what that video was, he mentioned in the description, to my recollection, talking a bit more about what's going on with his family, his mother, her boyfriend, all that. And in the video itself, he showed some comments that he made himself on a video or what have you. But that's what that video was essentially about. Someone reposted the video. I'm sure someone did. There's been people that have been reposting them. Um, what I would say on that, number one, in case anyone asks this, I'm gonna immediately answer it now before anyone asks. No, I'm not gonna be reposting those videos. No. I wouldn't necessarily recommend doing that. Not really. I couldn't say that that's necessarily the right thing to do. I understand that some people might be doing it just to keep people informed. That's different, but don't do it for the heck of it. Like don't post it, repost these videos just for the heck of it. Number one, don't do that. Just just don't. And I wanna correct myself on something because I was unaware of something, and that was on my fault that I've talked about and mentioned previously, and I wanna touch on it now, Koban, on the off chance that you might have heard those things, and I want to explain now, to make it brief as well. I've been informed, and I don't know the full context. I don't know everything, so I'm not even 100% sure. But from what I have heard, and I had mentioned previously, I'd mentioned Desmond, right? And from what I've been told, it sounds like their things didn't necessarily end on great terms there. And I obviously have mentioned it before. Now, the reason why I want to bring that up is because regardless of where things are with that, where things ended off between the two of you in that regard, what I do want to say is, at the very least, the two of you were friends at one point, and the two of you even lived in the same house at one point. And look, man, I'm not gonna sit here and compare you guys' situations. Despite there may be similarities to them, but I'm not gonna do anything like that, and I'm not gonna try to guilt trip you or some nonsense. I'm not gonna do that. Though I have brought it up in the past, so that's why I want to address it now. I wanna say first and foremost that comments regarding that. I noticed that you I noticed that you left a heart on a specific comment, and it was about seeing the rest of Attack on Titan. Now, I don't know if there could be any connection to that and him or not, but here's how I do want to put it. Let's just keep it focused on that. Attack on Titan. It's probably a series you enjoy. It's probably a series that you like, right? And it's on its own season, right? A lot of people have been keeping up with it. It's very popular, right? I have, and I have especially reasons for why I keep up with it today. But the point is for yourself. It's if it's something you enjoy, if it's something you like doing, your life past this point can simply be focused on doing things that you enjoy. So if it's just watching anime that you like, and you want to spend your life doing that, do it. Whatever the heck it is that you enjoy and love, and things that make you happy, that you can spend hours and days and perhaps the rest of your life doing, do those things. You don't have to live your life pleasing anybody else. You don't have to live your life trying to amount to somebody else's ideals. Live for yourself. Live for what makes you happy. If what makes you happy also happens to make others happy, great. That's wonderful. But, and I'll be specific, it doesn't have to be making content. It doesn't have to be making YouTube videos. It just has to be a life where you're happy in the end. Now, I'm sure you've seen what happened to Desmond and how that affected the community that he built. And to say the very least, it your decision, it will affect your community in some way. Now, again, this is not any guilt, nothing like that at all. I'm pointing this out because at the same time, to say the very least, there is, and even right now, there is a plethora of people that simply want to support you. So when it comes down to it, there will be no pressure in terms of, say, coming back to YouTube and things like that. There won't be. There shouldn't be, and there just simply won't be. The support will be here, but it doesn't necessarily have to be here just for the sake of YouTube. It will simply be for the sake of your health, your happiness, your safety, and overall care for yourself. While there is a great deal of people who care about you, it's important that you care about yourself. It's important that you care about what happens in your life next. Because, like I've said, and I'm going to keep saying, it doesn't have to end. does not have to end. And Koban, I gotta tell you, I have spent the last few days watching old videos that I remember enjoying when they first came out. I have been, and I'm sure other people have too. Now, what I'm gonna say, speaking on my experience for these past few days and watching those videos again, to have gotten to see you at a happy point, that's and seeing what that looked like, it just reaffirms to me that that's what I want for you now, regardless of YouTube or social media, the internet. I just want you to be happy. And I know I'm not the only one in that. Laughing, smiling, and enjoying whatever it is you're doing. That's what I want. I know it's a lot of pain. With time, the injuries can heal. But like I keep saying, you've got to give yourself the opportunity. Yourself, not again. I mean, I'm gonna keep saying it. Nobody else can do that for you. Nobody else can make that happen. Only you. I know you have a lot of painful memories right now that are probably playing over and over and over again in your head. I know that you have a lot of pain in your mind that probably isn't leaving you alone, and that's probably what you want, is for it to stop, but that's not gonna stop it. Arroganter, yeah, you, as always, stay safe, take care. I hope you have a darn good one. I hope you get some real good sleep, and perhaps we will speak soon. And I'm gonna tell it to all you guys that don't sacrifice your health for this situation. As in, don't be staying up late every freaking night or doing a bunch of don't rack your brain over this. Make sure you guys are taking care of yourselves, because if you aren't taking care of yourselves, how can you expect to give the care to someone else? If that makes sense. Make sure you guys are all taking care of yourselves. Don't don't overstress yourselves with this, okay? I just want to make that clear. You want to be in top condition so that if you're going to keep supporting, you'll have your strength to do it. Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes to get you back on your feet will be worth it in the end. You don't have to be what others want you to be. All you have to be is yourself, and all you have to be is happy for yourself. Oh, you don't have to thank me. You don't. You'll always be welcome, though. All of you. Always. You deserve to be free of the pain, Koban, you do. But throwing your own life away is not going to do that. It won't. And a lot of people will be convinced that by doing that it somehow will, but it won't. Because after that, there, for all you know, is nothing. However, while there is an uncertainty of what would lie next, there is one thing you can be certain of, that despite what's going on right now, there is still a future that can lie ahead. While that future is also uncertain, it's something that you yourself can decide. It's what you make of it. Every decision we make has consequences, just as every decision we make can impact what happens next. Overall. And the bottom line is that you owe it to yourself to make the choice to live for yourself. I'm not going to ask you to live for me. I'm not going to ask you for anything like that. And I don't think anyone else is going to do that either. But I am asking that you live for yourself. It's not selfish. It's not cruel. Because quite frankly, it might be one of the most selfless things you can do. Because whether you know it or not, it would make a lot of people very happy to just know that you're going to live on. You deserve to live on. Your legacy, while there is one that is very well known, it's not fully written yet. What comes of your life, it's still well within your hands to decide what will come next. It can go any direction you want. You just have to take hold of it. And Jack, to you, my friend, I will say the same. Please be sure to stay safe. Take care of yourself, mentally and physically speaking. Make sure you're getting plenty of sleep. Make sure you're eating right. Make sure no matter where you go, you're staying safe. And I wish you the best. We love you, man. We really do. A lot of people really, 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 really do. And I gotta make it clear, it ain't just sympathy. It's care. And it's a whole lot of it, too. Whatever it takes. No matter how much time, whatever you need, you'll get it. Whatever you need, whatever it takes. While I can't necessarily say whether there is or not, what I can tell you is that he did post twice today, very recently, maybe a couple hours ago, or maybe an hour or so, and he did private the last video. The first was blocked by YouTube, probably copyright stuff, but the second one was privated, so at the very least, he would have had to have physically done that. So that is technically better than nothing, but I can't necessarily say whether or not, you know, I couldn't, I couldn't say. The hope is if he does come across this, that again he'll just be able to speak his mind. I think that's something that he needs. Get his thoughts out there. That's what he's been doing, and I think he should keep doing it. Very, very briefly, I'm going to mute myself for just a quick second. It won't take long. Just a moment. Sorry about that. Now then, I'm going to briefly check on his channel real quick. Okay, so not seeing any changes at the moment, but anyway, by all means, um, any of you guys are welcome to use this opportunity to say anything you'd like to say. Assuming he comes across this, then hopefully he will be able to see what you have to say. There's no pressure though. Don't mistake that. Obviously, the way that the world is currently, it is it's especially taxing on people who are in situations like these. It's no help, in other words. But despite the way that things currently are, the fact that we're still here, we, the people, are still here, means that there is hope. It means that there is still a future to be built even from where we currently are. In general, by our existence, it means that we have the ability to impact the world around us and create change. That doesn't just come in the form of our lives as individuals. It comes in the form of our lives, which can affect other lives, other people's lives. It it really is remarkable what one person can do on their own. While so many people believe that they're powerless, that they can't do anything, that they don't have a voice, it's a lie. It's a lie that a lot of the time is told to oneself to where they believe it, that they can't do anything. It's far from the truth. Time and time again, the proof has been right in front of our faces that one person can change the entire world. One person can affect a lot of people. And Koban is no exception to that. He's literal proof. So if he was able to do that for so many of us, I have no reason to doubt that he can't do that for himself. If he can bring peace and comfort to so many people, I have no reason to believe that he is not capable, that he is not strong enough to do that for himself. I refuse to believe otherwise. I choose to believe in him. Always. And that belief extends out further than just himself. I believe in all of you. I believe in the human race, and I believe that we can amount to whatever it is that we are meant to in our life. We all have a purpose, hence why we're still here, still alive, still breathing. Everyone is important, equally important. Do I think he needs a role model? I wouldn't necessarily say that, but I would say that he definitely deserves inspiration. He deserves inspiration that can lead to motivation. When you're inspired to do something, it can spark motivation to do it. If it's something that genuinely intrigues you and piques your interest, it can be something that you're motivated to do. And for Kobe, by being given a sense of inspiration, in a moment like this especially, it can lead to motivation. And motivation is as simple as having a desire. A lot of the time, people believe that motivation is something that's hard to grasp, but it's a lie. Motivation is simply having the desire to do something. I want to get out of bed. I want to brush my teeth. I want to brush my hair. I want to put on clothes. You have a desire to do something. That is motivation. Because once you make up in your mind that you're going to do something, that is the motivation that pushes you to do it. Making the decision to live despite any and everything that you've been through or are going through. Believe it or not, that also takes motivation because you have to make the choice consciously to keep living despite all of those things. Only you would know what it is that motivates you. And for instance, what many, and I'm not going to say Kobe necessarily, but many fail to realize is when they are in a low point and when they feel such strong and painful emotions and they feel like they do have to end it all, but don't, right? They don't do it. Sometimes they question why they didn't, or they reflect back on it sometime afterwards and they think, nah, I didn't do it. Well, first of all, it takes strength to not do that. As in fact, it's easier to throw in the towel than it is to keep going. And to you, JK is what I'm gonna call you. Considering the makeup of letters, I'm sure that there's probably some relevance to that, but to you, I will say the same. Stay safe. Take care, both mentally and physically speaking. And I really hope you have a darn good one. No, it's necessary. I want to thank everyone. You don't have to thank me, my friend, but you're always welcome. Always. It goes to all of you, really. Believe me, though, I do know I do know the level of appreciation that you may have. I certainly have it myself, seeing how many are coming together right now to try and reach out. In fact, I was speaking about it earlier. It's an incredible thing. You see, even in negative situations, there's positives. The universe has its way of balancing out those things. So, despite how dire the situation is, there is a positive right in front of our faces that some of us probably don't even know about. The fact that this is bringing this many people together, and it's all within love. It's all made of love and care. That's a beautiful thing. That's a positive thing. For every negative, there is a positive. And even in situations where things just seem blatantly negative, there is always a positive. You just have to open your eyes up enough to see it. You have to see the full picture. Sometimes you focus on one thing, one drawing that's within that picture, that canvas, and you stare at it for so long, you think that it's the only thing that's been drawn there, but that's not true. You have to look at the whole picture, see what else is there. It's the same as options and whether or not you have them. On the surface, sometimes it might seem like you don't have options. That's the beauty of having other eyes that are also looking at that same picture, because those eyes can help you see that there is more options, that there's more decisions that you can still make, that there's still more choices that you have, that there's still a life that you can live. And if not for anyone else, it should just simply be for yourself. That choice belongs to Kobe. Really belongs to all of us. We all have that choice, and no one else can make it but ourselves. But despite how lonely it might feel, knowing that there are others that have to make that choice every day, it ought to breed a level of comfort, because you can know that you're not alone in that choice to keep living despite adversity. Because, quite frankly, a lot of people are currently going through a great deal as I speak. There has been countless deaths that have taken place, obviously, since the dawn of time. But as of recent, those numbers have spiked. And there's a lot of families that have lost people important to them. There are friends that have lost close friends. There's an incredible amount of loss that has taken place recently. Alone. In the last year alone. There's a lot of people in pain. But we're not alone in that. We'll never have to be alone in that. The reason why there's so many people on this planet is so that we'll never have to be alone. Never. The reason why we'll always be surrounded by others so that we won't have to be alone. But sometimes you can be around a million people and still feel alone. I know what that's like. Obviously, these days now it's more geared towards the internet, but even then, you can still feel alone. Despite even being surrounded by friends and people you care about, you can still feel alone. But really, you're not. They are feelings. They're just feelings, but it doesn't mean that they're not important. It just means that you need to learn how to understand them. If you can understand something, you'll know how to deal with it. And no different from facing whatever challenge comes next in life. Whether that's going to college or getting that new job. Once you come to understand it, you know how to tackle it. Emotions and thoughts, it's something that a lot of people are not fortunate enough to learn about early enough. So by the time they've finished school, or at least what's required, a lot of the time people go unprepared. And they're not ready to take on whatever the heck comes next. Because they don't have the tools. And it's honestly a darn shame. It's something that personally I want to see changed. I think every single kid deserves to learn and should learn how to deal with their emotions, how to understand them, how to deal with their thoughts. Because a lot of thoughts that we have aren't really even ours per se. As in, we don't necessarily control them. Sometimes they just come in and out of our minds at random. And sometimes it's hard to understand those things, but there's a way to. See, we're so busy with our day-to-day lives, we're so busy with so many things that's going on that we miss the opportunities to simply spend time with ourselves, to understand our thoughts, understand our feelings, even just in the moment. Why did I react a certain way to someone saying this to me? Why do I feel this way at night? Why do I feel this way in the morning? We never have the time to understand those things. But if we were given that time, we'd be far better off. Instead of worrying about the next paycheck, at least you'd be emotionally stable to find a way to tackle that. Right? That's something that everyone deserves to have. Mental health. It's so important. It's so important. It's so important. And yet, for some strange reason, it's not valued as much as it should be. We've made some progress in the world to where there are fortunate kids that go to schools where mental health is taught. Now, how much it's actually truly taken seriously and whatnot is obviously something to be discussed and debated. But the reason why I'm bringing all this up is because I can't necessarily fault people for getting to points like this. I have been at a point like this myself, and I know that it's because I wasn't taught how to deal with those things. I never learned from the start how to deal with my emotions, how to deal with my struggles, how to deal with what was in front of me. I didn't know, and it became overwhelming because there was so much. And that's why this situation is so close to me, because I've been there. I've been there. Feeling like it had to end. I know what that's like. And I know that I'm not the only one that knows what that's like. And ever since I was able to beat that, because I am not afraid to say I was depressed. When I beat that, for one, it gave me perspective, but it also helped me see that if I was able to beat that, despite all those thoughts I had prior, thinking that I couldn't rise above it, that I couldn't find a way out, that there was no other options left, that no one could help me. When I realized that I did beat it, that I did rise above it, it's stayed that way ever since. That I have no reason to doubt that anyone else can pull through those things, those struggles, regardless of the context, regardless of the situation, regardless of what they're dealing with. I believe that anyone can get through whatever the heck they're going through and come out on top. You can rise above it. So, Kobe, when it comes to what you did in the past and what you're doing now, all that matters is that what you do next is for yourself. I know, I know. Goodness, goat, you definitely have a point, and I've actually pointed it out earlier in this stream myself. That when it comes down to it, you obviously have to have the desire to get the help. In other words, and he's made it clear in his videos already that he doesn't want sympathy and whatnot. And I'm gonna make it clear that, at least to speak for myself, it's not sympathy, it's genuine care, it's love. It's love, and it always will be. Now, even then, it could be something that he doesn't desire. Obviously, it's up to him to choose. In general, it's up to him to decide. It's not something that can be forced on him, and it's not something that he necessarily even has to pay any attention to. The fact that he's aware of himself and he's aware of what's going on with him is good. That's important. Because a lot of the time, people don't understand what the heck it is that's going on with them when they're in a situation like this. They're left confused. They're overwhelmed. They don't know what's happening to them internally, because that's where it really all is. It's all in the mind. Now, with that being said, because he's aware, that's why I have even more faith in him. That's not a bad thing that he's aware. That's a good thing. That's very good. If he's aware, and if he's come to accept that this is how he currently feels and this is what he's currently going through, those are some of the first steps that you have to take to get to a better state, to rise above whatever it is that you're going through at that moment. So to me, that's only signs that he does have the strength to do it. It's just a matter of taking hold of it. Because the delusion of there's no other options. There's nothing else I can do. I have to do this. I have to end it all. It's just not true. And again, and I'm going to keep saying it, that it's always going to be up to him. It's his choice in the end. And that's why, if he's going to take anything away, if he has seen these streams, or if he's seeing this one right now, if he's heard anything I've had to say, at most, if you're going to take anything away from what I've said, and I know I've rambled a lot, but if there's anything that you're going to take away from what I've said, it's that you are the one that gets to decide, and no one else can do that. Just you. It's your life. You get to do what you decide to do with it. I can't control that. I can't control you. None of us can. It's up to you. And he deserves that. He deserves good people that will support him. That won't necessarily be yes men, but will be people that can give him some strong perspective, supportive and encouraging perspective that can help him decide the path that will work best for him in his life should he move forward. He does deserve that. Even if he doesn't have faith right now, we have the power to do one thing, and that's keep faith in him. To keep believing in him and to keep hope alive for him. And that is the best advice I can give to all of you. Even if he says that he's giving up, even if he says that he quits, we don't have to quit. We can keep believing in him. If you ask me, that's the best thing to do. I don't think it's over yet. I don't believe that. I believe in his future. One that goes past all of this. One where he can just be happy. Honestly, it's what I want for everyone. A world where we can understand ourselves and then be able to understand others. And understand that we all owe it to ourselves to live the way we want. Not the way others want. Not the way others expect. Just the way that we want. Happily. If we can learn to love ourselves, we'll have a better time loving others. If we can learn to understand our thoughts and emotions, we might be able to do a little better helping others who need that help, that support. If we can understand that we need each other because without other people who have touched our lives up to the point where we are currently today, without them, we wouldn't be who we are. There's always going to be somebody in your life that impacts you in some way to where you become someone possibly different altogether in current day. And it could be for the better. Ideally, it should be. And believe me, when I tell you that this really does apply to everyone. While some of us might not be going through anything as difficult as Colby, there may come a time when we will. And if any of you are going to remember anything of what I've said here today, it's those things that you all, Kaban included, deserve happiness. Doesn't matter how many times I have to say that, I will keep saying it. You deserve it. We've all been through our fair share, or at least we will. We're all at different points in our lives, and eventually we will reach difficult points. But we won't have to be alone in that. Really, together we can do a lot. Because if one person like Koban can affect so many of us, well, imagine what we can all do together. Think about that. Well, I'm already seeing it. All the hopeful prayers and wishes that you guys have been sending his way, that's it right there. In a way, it's like I'm getting to witness history. We all are. It's it's incredible. That much love, it's what he needs, it's what he deserves, and it's incredible that you all are capable of that. And remember, don't underestimate what you can do. Because he has been interacting and because he has been listening to what we've been saying. Keep that in mind. Don't think that your voice has no meaning. Like we need Kobe to keep living on, we need you too. Yes, you, the person listening to me say this right now. We all need each other. If all else fails, I will believe in all of you. Everyone. I will believe in a world where Koban has faced whatever he needs to, that he has overcome those things, that he's grown stronger from them, and is living a happy life. I will believe in that for everyone. That all of you can live happily. Free of any pain, but knowledgeable from the pain that you had to go through. Experienced and continuing to grow. Because once you beat something like this, all you can do is keep growing and getting stronger. Once you beat something like this, there's really no telling what you can do. Gosh, almost anything. All you have to do is put your mind to it. Our minds are stronger than most of us know. And I'll say it again, Colby, that your mind is quite powerful. to have come up with the many creative ideas and passionate projects that you did before, you know, that's proof. You have a strong mind, and while it is filled with a lot of pain and memories, it's also filled with a light. You take hold of it, make of it as you will. It's yours. It's always been yours. It doesn't have to end after you said what you needed to say. Something new can start after it. It's not over yet. It's not over. I really hope that you're staying safe. I hope you're taking care of yourself. We all are. Now we are almost at 3 hours, and by all means, I'm gonna keep this up as long as I can. And apologies in advance if things start to glitch up or what have you. Happened to me last time. Hopefully, won't have to deal with that again. But regardless of that, It's very well said. Obviously, this what's going on with him right now. It's most likely been going on for an extended period of time, probably longer than we're even aware, to be honest. So, to say the very least, it is understandable why he may be in the mind state that he is now, and why he might carry the perspective that he currently carries right now. Obviously, the longer that he's been dealing with that, and perhaps dealing with it on his own, the more difficult it has been to carry it. Because that is a lot of weight. But we can keep sending him our strength in hopes that he can rise above it. Believe it or not, a lot of you are incredibly strong to have the energy to try and reach out. Every bit of it counts. If you're hearing us, Koban, I hope you're able to take something positive out of what everyone has been saying. I really hope so. I hope that you'll take the love that a lot of people are pouring into what they're saying, into their words, and I hope that you're able to embrace that love and use it in some way to lift yourself up. It's not over yet. love you, man. You know what? I really love the Cobanermites too. This is a tremendous family that you created some years ago. It's an outstanding amount of people. If you could do all of that, how could I not believe that you can do so much more? You've always been worth more than just those videos. You've been worth more than gold. And each moment I spend here, it's not a single moment is being wasted. You're worth it. You deserve it. You deserve my time. You deserve everyone's, really. You do. Deserve so much more. And you're worth so much more. Your value, it doesn't have a price. It's priceless, undefinable, it's hardly explainable. What you bring to the table, what you've brought, some have referred to it as being a hero. Well, I'll simply refer to it as bringing hope. I think you've brought hope to a lot of people. And some of the darkest times, maybe as dark as this one. To do something like that, while you don't necessarily see it every day, well, for it to be considered a once in a lifetime experience, well, it's even more so than it's something that's valuable. What we got to experience in the past when you were posting, and even what we're experiencing now, it all has value, it has meaning, and should you rise above this, it's the level of inspiration that you'll spark in others will be unprecedented. If you can rise above this, why can't anyone else? That's something that I'm thinking of right now. And what I believe is If I was able to rise above a dark time like this, I believe you can too. Ah, hello, Time Patrol, Aaron. I hope you're doing well. We have officially hit 3 hours, but still, still so much more time that I can give. Whatever it takes, as long as it takes, it's worth it. And in fact, this will be something that I remember as one of the greatest uses of my time. I will remember this for the rest of my life. Each moment spent trying to reach you will be worth more than any material thing that exists in this world. Seeing you live past all this, now that's. Words wouldn't be enough to explain it all. How amazing that'll be. Feels like I haven't said it enough, but I will say it again. I love you, Copan. Really, really do. And nothing's gonna change that. I just hope that you can learn to love yourself as many have come to love you. Absolutely, Cold Sonic, and that's why every moment and I know many others are going to spend reminding him that he isn't alone. He deserves to hear it, and he deserves to be reminded of it as many times as it takes until it finally sticks. Whatever it takes, no matter how long it takes. Whatever needs to be done to show him that and to give him the strength he needs. I'm game. Let's do it. I hope that you and your friend are doing well. Just be sure not to overstress yourselves about it. You don't want the stress to become overwhelming. I know that it might be that way for some, and again, my advice is to not overstress about it. It's good to keep him in your heart. It's good to keep him on mind, but don't let it overwhelm you either. You don't want to compromise yourself in the process. We all need to be at full strength so that we can send that strength his way. And that's a wonderful thing, my friend. There's a lot of people who look at him in that way. He was someone you probably felt as though you were sitting in the room with as he played the next game. I I know that feeling too. I know I know a lot of us have, and all of us have in some way. And during this time, we have to remember that we're not alone experiencing this. We're all in this together. We're all trying to help him in what ways we can. But it's important that we simply work together. I believe together we can give him the energy that he needs. Now, it's up to him in the end if he wants to use it. But it won't be time wasted on our part. That's what I believe anyway. And I know this is a difficult time and this is something difficult to go through, especially if you don't have any experience with these kind of situations. But while he needs to know that he isn't alone, remember that you aren't alone in this or in general. If this community, if the Cobanermites have proven anything, it's that, golly, none of us are alone. Never have to be. It's not over yet. I don't believe that. The fact that he's still here, he's still posting, one reason or another, he's still here. And whatever's keeping him here, I will believe in that. Exactly. It's not about the content. It's not about the YouTube. Though there's good memories within that, it's important that he's able to make it past this current situation, that he's able to deal with what memories might be plaguing his mind right now that are not necessarily good ones, that he's able to face whatever troubles are currently taking place within his family, that he's able to understand himself, his thoughts, and be able to cope with them, and that he's able to value himself and his life, that he won't be so willing to throw it away, regardless of YouTube. That's not what's important. It would be a privilege for us to have him back on YouTube, but it's more important that we simply know that he's living his life healthy, safe, and happy, and taking care of himself. And it needs to be made clear to him that that's the desire. It's not about him making the next Mod Mondays. It's not about the next playthrough. It's about the next step in his life. That step is still there, that he will choose to keep walking. And again, I want to take this opportunity to thank those of you that have sent words of encouragement, that have sent loving, kind messages his way. Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to do so. It is more important than you know. Your words, what you say, is more valuable than you know. You yourself are more valuable than you know. So thank you. Every day is an opportunity for all of us to grow in some way. Every day is an opportunity for us to learn something new. And Kaban is no exception to this. Should he rise from this current trial, this current tribulation, the amount of knowledge that he'll be able to learn from this and how much he'll be able to grow from this is it's practically limitless. There's no telling how far he'll go from there. And like I've said a few times, it is his choice to decide where he will go. But in the meantime, the best thing we can do is let him know that no, we're not begging for him to make content again. But yes, we are begging for him to value his life and continue living it. To keep sending encouraging words and messages his way. To send love, to show that we care, that we are not just simply sympathizing with the situation, that we simply care about him. And that we also remember to take care of ourselves too, to not lose sight of that. So while I am saying to Koban to value his life, just remember to do the same for yourselves as well. Believe me, there's value in all of your lives. All of you. It's not over yet. whatever you believe you need, Kobe, just know that if there is anything I can do, just let me know. Anything that will help you in a meaningful way to get you back on track, to get you where you need to start going, to help you get in which direction you think will be best for your life, rather than one where it ends. Just say the word. I'm there, and I'm positive that others will be too. I hope you're still listening, pal. If nothing else, I just hope that the love is reaching you. Because you really deserve it right now. I really hope you guys are all doing well, too. I really hope so. Apologies if I am quiet for an extended period. Um, but regardless of that, Kaban, I really want you to know that your mind is not something to hate. It's not something to be dismissive of or angry at. Our minds can be tricky things sometimes. It can certainly make things difficult. And they may be very hard to understand. But it's not impossible. It's just so very important that you understand that it's not something to be hated. If you're spending these moments alone, then you ought to work to truly understand it and not hate it. It retains everything, it stores everything. Everything you've experienced and everything you've learned. While there are some difficult memories that will sit within that, there also ought to be memories that are truly special to you, I imagine. At least I'd like to think so. Perhaps memories of growth, progression in your life. Perhaps some of the happiest moments that you'll never really forget, even if you aren't able to focus on them. At least not right now. The hard and terrible memories that are burdening you right now, they don't have to be the ones that stay on your mind forever. You don't have to live in the past. The past does not have to control your life. The past is what it is. It's the past. It's meant to be history to show you where you were and for you to then be able to see where you are now. Your present will eventually become your past, so that's why it's important to do what it is you want to do with your present, so that ideally you can create and form your ideal future. Your future ought to be one that you can be happy with. And only you know what that future would look like. You deserve the chance to have that. There's so much to life. Things that I've even probably yet to learn. There's more to life than money and fame or the most expensive things you can buy. There's so much more. Attention and popularity or status, there's so much more. There's so much to life. There's so much you can do with it because it's your life. Life can be almost like a video game in the sense that obviously you have control over the character you play as, but obviously you're yourself and you are whoever it is you want to be. The difference is that a video game is something that's predetermined by whoever the creator is, whereas in life you are the creator. You are the one that decides where this life of yours will go. And if you can come to understand that, then you can also come to know that no matter what point you are in your life, there can always be a new direction ahead of you. And while you might not know what tomorrow will bring, you deserve the chance to see it at least. Could be an incredible opportunity around the corner. You just have to give yourself the chance. Don't take it away from yourself. At least that's my advice. find the strength within you to keep moving forward. And if you need strength, if you feel that you have none, well, you have all of ours. And that can remind you that you very truly are not alone. That this family will be there with you. This family that you made. You've spoken about your family to us in your videos, but there's a whole nother family right here. One that truly loves you for who you are, for what you've done, and perhaps what you can be. More than just a social media influencer, more than just an entertainer, more than just someone to tell a few jokes. To many, well, you are a hero in their eyes. To many, while they look to you as you might have looked to Sonic, well, while he was the Knight of the Wind, you, the Knight of Light. There's a light in you. There's a spark in you, and I've seen it. And it's flared for so long, and it's grown tired. I know. I know you're tired. And it makes sense because that flame, it spread to a lot of people, and it helped them, and encouraged them, and inspired them, and it pushed them. And it truly brought them happiness. Even if for only a few moments. It still mattered. You matter. You just need to know that for yourself. Know that regardless of any mistakes that you make, well, it's more proof that you're human, just as you have emotions towards making mistakes. That you might be upset with yourself or what have you, and it's normal. It's a normal reaction to have. This shows that you aren't an empty husk. It shows that you have a heart that's beating and a mind that may hold a lot of pain, but it also holds a lot of care. If you didn't care, it wouldn't hurt. And I know you must care a lot, whether you say it or not. I've a feeling you do. No matter what path you were to go down, you'll be supported in that. Honestly, you will. no matter what it is you decided, you'd be supported wholeheartedly. Whatever it takes to help you see that. To see it all, see the life that you can create for yourself. One that surpasses even what you've had before. Can be everything you want and more. You just have to open your eyes and realize that the choice is yours. With every fiber of my being, with every inch of my soul and heart, I love you. I will never stop believing in you. I will never stop believing that you can find a way. I refuse to stop believing in you. If I can do it, then you can too. You can surpass any and all things that stand in your way. You can rise to any challenge that comes next. You just have to believe in yourself. Tell yourself, I can do it. But aside from challenges, just believe that you deserve to live happily. You do. And no one could ever truly take that away from you. No one. I'll do this every day if I have to. Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. I'm very fortunate to have gotten to be a part of the family that you've created. I'm very fortunate to have gotten to see how many people you've truly affected in a positive manner. It's an honor. It's a privilege. It's a blessing. It just gives me more reason to respect you. Almost when it seemed as though there was no way to respect you any more than I already have, well, there's really no limit. I refuse to underestimate you. Your capabilities, what you can truly do. After everything you've already done, I just can't. I can't see you being anything but strong. Even in these hard times, you're like a gift that keeps on giving because being able to see all the love that you invoke, that's not something you see every day. It's not over yet. I promise. No, I swear it to you and to myself that I won't give up. Not on you. Never. hope you're hearing. I hope you're hearing it all. I love you, Koban, man. We all do. We really do. You've overcome way too much to be beaten now. You're far stronger. You're stronger still. There is nothing you can't do. All you gotta do is have the desire to want to keep living and have the desire to find what's worth living for. And no matter what it is, no matter what you do with the life you have, you'll be supported. You'll be loved. You'll be cared for, not just sympathized with. You'll be encouraged, and you won't be alone. You deserve the best and nothing less, my friend. While I'd love to give that to you, I believe that it's perhaps more valuable if you decide what that would look like for yourself. To find it and take hold of it, create it, to do it for you, because you've already done so much for everyone else. hope you can come to believe in yourself as I believe in you. I hope you can see your worth, as I'm sure others do. I hope you can see that there can be a tomorrow beyond this, beyond where things currently are. It's not over yet, Koban. Doesn't have to be. To answer your question, Content Kyokotsu, aka Bleach reference, I appreciate that. He made a video which had a description talking about his situation concerning his mother and her boyfriend. He also, in the video, showed a couple comments that he made on, I believe, a video of his own. And unfortunately, from what I can recall, the video showed a bit of evidence of self harm, which was unfortunate. The video ended up getting privated. Yeah. Now he had posted it previously, but the video ended up getting blocked initially, so he had to re-upload it. But that's essentially what happened. Um, what is important about that, though, is the fact that he would have to manually private the video, which would mean that obviously he would have to still be here to do that, which is in some sense good news. Of course, can't account for what's going on with him right now. He hasn't made any other posts that I'm aware of. But at the very least, in the meantime, the best that I can personally do is try to reach him this way and however other ways that I have available. Um, I hope you're doing well at least. Um, I hope all of you are. To anyone that is still here, and to anyone that's listening regardless. Ah, and I have just realized it has been now 4 hours, which is time well spent, in my opinion. Essentially, the hope when it comes to this stream is to give him the opportunity, should he come across this, to be able to speak his mind. These videos that he's been posting, as far as how I've been able to interpret it, I believe it's a means of him venting out his thoughts, his feelings, what's on his mind, etc. And I believe that he deserves the opportunity to be able to speak more and to have another outlet where he can do that. When dealing with thoughts that are to these extremes, it's important to be able to let out those thoughts to essentially get what's on your chest off it. So, should he come across this, I would hope that that can be that for him, that this can be something for him to speak his mind. He has made a few videos in the past couple of weeks. As far as what he's had to say, now there are a few videos that were privated that you might not be aware of. One of his previous videos, which was public for a couple days after it was initially privated in the first place, well, that video is now gone again. And in that video, he did make a few statements concerning his current thoughts on his situation, and more or less, he essentially said that he believed he had no other choice but to take his own life, or rather, to not be able to live anymore, per se, is a better way of wording it. That's essentially what he said, is that he would have to. He would have to die, more or less. And in this latest video, that is now privated, so you can't see it. It basically held a lot of anger. It seems a lot of stress, a lot of pain, which is why I'm currently trying to reach out to him now as best I can. What I would say concerning his videos and when he posts, in the meantime, of course, it's important to make sure to take care of yourselves. Make sure not to slack on that, because these situations can be very taxing on people. It's very common, so don't overstress yourself with it. But as far as when he posts, I would say the best thing to do, just send him some encouraging messages if you're up to it and willing, and continue doing that. All he really needs right now is words of encouragement. At least from us. That's what we can do. That's the part that we can play in terms of supporting him in some way. Now, he's made it clear he does not want to be sympathized with. That's not what he wants. He has stated that he does not necessarily desire help, which, in order to get help, you have to desire it, or at least have to seek it out. So, at the very least, we can continue to encourage him to do whatever he needs to do, take whatever steps he needs to take. He doesn't have to come back to YouTube, doesn't have to be an entertainer again, or what have you. All that matters is that he's able to keep moving forward, to face whatever he needs to face, what demons he has to face in front of him, and then go on and live his life the way he wants to. Whether or not he's making content again, what's important is that he's living a life that he's happy with. And that all being said, though, so it's been about 4 hours and 14 minutes and counting. I may actually wrap up this stream for now. Um, I suppose I will leave it public in the meantime, but I will be continuing to do whatever I can to try and reach out to him and give my support. And obviously, I will encourage you all to do the same. Um, if you're able, if you're willing, send him whatever messages you can. Speak from your heart. Don't overthink it. Don't overstress yourself about it. Don't feel pressured to do it. If you want to make a video to try to reach out to him, you're welcome to do that. If you want to simply comment on his videos and speak your mind and give him what positive words and messages you can, then by all means do it. We're all in this together. Don't feel alone in this process. Don't feel like you're the only one that is obviously feeling the stress and the concerns. All of us are. We are all in this together and working together. The best we can do is keep sending our love his way, in hopes that outside of the internet, at least, he is getting what support he needs or taking what steps he needs to take in order to rise above this. That is what we can do. It is private. He made it private himself. He would have to, because YouTube does not typically private videos itself. You usually would have you'd have to manually do it. And the video was technically posted twice over, but he had to re-upload it. So to answer that, that's what happened. There's a chance, because this is what happened with one of his previous videos. There's a chance that he will make it public again, perhaps, but there's also a chance that he might not. That's just to be seen at this point. As far as him posting another video, obviously we have to wait and see. But Yeah, some people have made those claims, and he's made it very clear that that's not the case. That he's not pretending or he's not doing this to stir up whatever. And is this is very serious. And regardless of whether or not it is, it at least needs to be taken seriously. Regardless, I would say the best course of action is to take this seriously, to not necessarily pawn it off as some kind of joke or some kind of publicity stunt. He really wouldn't have much reason to do that at this point. And these are things that he's dealing with that isn't even just concerning, say, YouTube, for example. This is personal things, family situations, and relationships, and his past and memories and whatnot. This is some legitimate stuff that he's going through. And he's even talked about at least his family before. He's talked about it before in videos. He's mentioned them here and there. So I wouldn't say take this with a grain of salt. But at the same time, I would not recommend overstressing yourself with the situation. Obviously, we all want to keep him in our hearts, and that's good to do that. But again, don't overstress yourself with it because this kind of thing can truly take a toll if you let it. So I'd recommend to not do your best not to. So don't compromise your health while worried about this. If we want him to take care of himself, we ought to set an example and take care of ourselves as well, if that makes sense. And I will encourage you all to do the same. Even if some of you are not going through anything in particular at the moment, I would still say do it regardless. Like him, all of you deserve to be taken care of, and it's especially important to take care of yourselves. So please do. What I will say though is I am probably going to need to wrap this up shortly. So, what I will say is if any of you have any messages that you would like Koban to see, I would say by all means, if you desire to do so, you are welcome to leave it in the chat. And should he come across this, perhaps he will be able to see it. That would be the hope, is that he's able to see what messages you all have for him and hopefully take something positive out of it and apply it to himself in some meaningful way. And take your time, by all means. last call. If anyone else wants to give any words of encouragement, by all means, drop it in the chat. Other than that, and again, we'll be wrapping up very shortly here. And perhaps I will attempt this again if it is deemed necessary. Then I will. I think I will give it one more minute, and then I'm gonna probably wrap up. But that being said, though, I do want to again take this opportunity to thank those of you that have been supporting him while this has all been going on. Thank you to those that have taken the time to leave a comment in his videos to give some form of encouragement to him. Thank you for taking the time to do so. Greatly appreciate you all for all coming together and doing this, showing that there is positives where there are negatives. That despite this situation, despite how dire it may be, all of you coming together to send love his way, it shows that there is still light and that he created that light. He created this family, the Cobanermites. He did this. That's why we're all here. So, again, thank you for that. Right, well, that being said, to anyone listening to this, hearing me now, I want to say, please remember to always stay safe no matter where you live, no matter where you go. Please be sure to take care of yourself, both mentally and physically speaking. The two sides of the same coin. You can't neglect one and then take care of the other. You have to take care of both, and there has to be a balance to both. Remember that you matter. Your words, they hold weight, they hold power. You have a purpose. We all do. That's why we're still here. Especially yourself, Koban. So that all being said, I love and appreciate all of you who have been supporting him during this time. And do remember that while we are trying to remind him that he is not alone, remember that you yourself are not alone. That there will always be someone there to be there for you. There will be someone there that cares about you. And if all else fails, I will care about you. So that being said, once again, stay safe, take care, and perhaps we will talk soon. Love you all.